condition. Now, I want to talk about evidence of post-incident conduct. Now, if you have heard some evidence suggesting the defendant's actions after the killings, I'm not suggesting that these are the facts, because the facts are your exclusive domain. But there is some evidence to that effect, and I mention it here to describe the legal point that's implicated. If the Commonwealth has proven that a defendant did any of these things, you may consider whether such actions indicate feelings or consciousness of guilt by the defendant, and whether in turn such feelings of guilt might tend to show the defendant's actual guilt of the offenses with which he's been charged. You are not, however, required to draw such inferences, and you should not do so unless they appear to be reasonable in light of all the circumstances in this case. If you decide that such inferences are reasonable, it will be up to you to determine how much importance to give them. But you should always remember that there may be numerous reasons why a person not responsible for the crimes charged might do the things attributed to her. Such conduct does not necessarily reflect feelings or consciousness of guilt. So please bear in mind that a person having feelings of guilt is not necessarily guilty. In fact, for such feelings are sometimes found in innocent people. So finally, remember that standing alone, consciousness of guilt evidence, if you find there was any, is never enough by itself to convict a person of a crime. You may not find the defendant guilty on such evidence alone, but you may consider it in your deliberations along with all the other evidence that was presented at the trial. I want to talk next about expert witnesses. Now, there were a number of expert witnesses in this case. This term refers to witnesses who have specialized training or experience in a particular field. Generally, in cases that are tried in our courts, both civil and criminal, witnesses may testify only to facts that are within their own personal knowledge. That is, things they have personally seen or heard or felt. Because a particular witness has specialized training in their field, does not put that witness on a higher level than any other witness, and you are to treat an expert witness just as you would treat any other witness. You may believe all of the expert's testimony, none of it, or anything between those two extremes. There is no requirement for you to believe an expert merely because they are an expert. As with any other witness, it's completely up to you to decide whether you accept the testimony of an expert witness, including the opinions that the witness gave. It's also entirely up to you to decide whether you accept the facts relied on by the expert and decide what conclusions, if any, you draw from the expert's testimony. You must, as has been explained, keep firmly in mind that you alone decide what the facts are. If you conclude that an expert's opinion is not based on the facts as you find those facts to be, then you may reject the testimony and the opinion of the expert in whole or in part. You are also free to reject the testimony and the opinion of an expert witness in whole or in part if you determine that the witness's opinion is not based on sufficient education, experience, or that the testimony of the witness was motivated by some bias or interest in this case. All right. Now, you may have noticed that Ms. Clancy did not testify at this trial. The defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, quote, "You have the burden of proving your case against me beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word," unquote. The fact that the defendant did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she's guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You are not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now, speaking of the exhibits, now I'm going to talk about that. You will have all the exhibits and the stipulations with you in the jury room. If there's a need to play an exhibit or view one, the court will make a computer available for you to use. The things you heard me say we're marking for identification, only are not evidence, and you're not going to have those items with you in the jury room because they're not technically part of the evidence. We marked them so we could keep track of them as we went from witness to witness, and there'd be a clear record of some of the rulings I made. So coming back, however, the exhibits that were introduced in evidence, you'll have those with you. You alone will decide the weight that they deserve to receive in helping you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. You're not required to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or it appears in a photograph. You're not, of course, required to disbelieve it just because it appears there either. Whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight to give the exhibit is entirely up to you to decide. Now, the view. Early in the trial, we drove by some sites and visited an address in Duxbury. As I told you at the time, we referred to that as a view. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view is part of the case. The observations that you made while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some photographs. The Commonwealth has introduced certain photographs depicting the victims. You'll have those photographs with you during your deliberations. The images depicted are not pleasant. As I instructed you at the time they were introduced, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these images are unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the decedents, which might be occasioned by the images depicted. Consider those exhibits only as they may draw attention to a clinical, medical status, or nature of the victim's injuries, the cause of their death, or to the nature of the incident itself. Now, about notes. At the outset of the case, I spoke to you regarding the use of notes, and I want to repeat it this time. Your notes are only an aid to memory and should not be given any precedent over your independent recollection of the facts. Whether you took notes or you didn't, you must rely on your own memory. Do not use your notes to try to persuade your fellow jurors of the accuracy of your reflections, and no juror should be influenced by the notes of other jurors. Your notes are not official or even unofficial transcripts, all right? Now, we'll talk about the use of phones or computers. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media, such as a computer or a phone, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Kind of want to make that real clear, all right? So if somebody has a question in that jury room, you are not allowed to try and answer it by anything other than through the exhibits and evidence you've heard, all right? We said, so I just kind of want to make that real clear. Nobody is to use a phone to communicate, to try and look. Don't talk to anybody while you're deliberating. Don't try and look up anything, things like that, all right? Just kind of make that as clear as I can. Now, before I go any farther, I have to do one more duty, and that's to select a foreperson of the jury. We have a foreperson for two purposes. The first is to act as your facilitator. That's to gather everyone around the deliberation table to be sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to speak and to share their views and to ensure that all of you are always deliberating together as a group as you work to reach the verdict in this case. The second purpose of the foreperson is to act as your spokesperson here in open court. So when you're ready to return your verdict, we'll bring you all back out as a group. We'll ask you to remain standing, and we'll ask the foreperson on everyone's behalf if you've reached a verdict. And if you have, we'll go through the process of having that verdict reported by the foreperson on your behalf, and then it's recorded in the case. All right? So those are the two roles of the foreperson. So in this case, I'm going to appoint in seat 18, juror number 257 as the foreperson of this jury. Okay? Now, members of the jury, if during the course of your deliberations you should have a question about the law or about my instructions on the law, and by telling me this, I'm not suggesting you'll have one, but if you should do the following, all right? You should all first agree on the form of the question, have the foreperson write it down on a piece of paper, and the foreperson should give it to the court officer, who'll bring it to me. I'll call the lawyers together. We'll consider your question and how I should respond to it, and then I'll either bring it back out here in the courtroom and respond to you here in open court with an answer, or if it's appropriate, I might just write the answer down in response to your question and send it back to the jury room. So now that process accounts for, may cause a lag time between when you ask the question, get it sent out here, and I meet with the lawyers, decide how we answer it, and get the answer back to you. So if you can continue to keep deliberating while waiting for my response, by all means do so. If you cannot go further without my response, then stop, and I'll get my response to you as quickly as I can. If it's necessary to communicate with me on any matter during the deliberations, I'd ask you to do so in writing. Send me a note, and I'll respond to it. You're instructed not to talk to anyone else about any aspect of the merits of this case during your deliberations, and that includes the staff, court officers, lawyers, witnesses, parties, family members, friends, acquaintances, anyone, all right? Now, your communications with the court officers should have to do, really just matters of scheduling and breaks, when you come back to the courtroom, that kind of thing. But even with them, don't discuss what's going on inside that jury room if you can. Now, while you're in the jury room, you should all talk about this case only in the presence of each other. That is, at some point, we'll have lunch brought to you. So if you'd like, you may as a group decide to suspend your deliberations, have lunch, and then return to the deliberations. Or you might decide you'd like to work through lunch while deliberating. Either way, the only thing we can't have is some of you eating lunch separate from others while deliberating, all right? So no subcommittees in a sense. What you do as a group, all right? You do it all together. Now I'm going to get to a difficult part, reducing and sending out the jury, all right? When we impanel a jury at the beginning of a trial, we never know whether some personal emergency will arise or during the course of the trial, which would require one or more of the jurors to be excused from further jury duty. To avoid having to start the trial all over again, if that should occur, we impaneled, in this case, 18 jurors, even though the case will be eventually decided by 12 of you. And we made that decision because this was a lengthy case over the summer. The time has now come to reduce that number. This is especially difficult in this case, where all 18 of you have been equally dedicated and attentive to this case during the course of this trial, but the case is to be decided by 12, all right? And so the way it's done is the clerk will draw the alternates' names. We put all the numbers, the exclusion of the foreperson, and then we'll draw out the names randomly for the alternates. And the purpose of the alternate, for those of you who are selected, is that even during the course of deliberations, sometimes things happen. You know, one of the deliberating jurors gets sick or a family emergency, and so we may, and it happens fairly regularly, they would have to substitute one of the alternate jurors into the deliberating jurors, because if we didn't have the alternate jurors still here, we'd have to start all over again. So that's why we do it. It doesn't make it any easier, but I thought I'd just explain to you why we have to do that. So as I put in here, fate makes you an alternate juror. Don't take it personally. Your presence to this point and continuing availability, if you should be needed, is an important contribution. The court officers will make you as comfortable as possible while the jury deliberates. If you're an alternate juror, you should not discuss this case with anyone at all while the deliberations are ongoing, nor discuss it among your fellow alternates, as the need might come up that you have to join in the deliberations. So in other words, the alternate jurors can't have their own kind of informal deliberations. And it's very difficult, but I just kind of want to make that clear, that you have to do that, or you cannot do that. So at this point, I'm going to ask the clerk to reduce the jury at this point.
The following jurors are chosen as alternates. Juror number 157 and seat number 11. Juror number 162 in seat number 12. Juror number 385 in seat number 14. Juror number 122 in seat number 6. Juror number 124 in seat number 7. And juror number 245 in seat number 15.
All right, thank you. Now, what I kind of forgot to talk about, I mentioned it with the foreperson and everyone in regards to the verdict, just the verdict slip. This is the verdict slip. This is what it looks like. There will be a verdict slip for each count. And it says right there's a count regarding Cora Clancy, there's a count regarding Dawson Clancy, and there's a count regarding Callum Clancy. And on each of those, there's a box for not guilty by lack of criminal responsibility, guilty of murder in the first degree by the theory of deliberate premeditation or extreme atrocity and cruelty. There's a box for guilty of murder in the second degree. There's a box for manslaughter. So when you have reached a unanimous verdict as to which verdict it is, the foreperson is to check that box that is applicable to the decision, sign it and date it, and let the court officers know that we have a verdict. Okay, so it's pretty self-explanatory, but I just kind of wanted to let you know that. Now, I know I'm not telling you anything you don't know when I tell you that reaching a verdict in this case is not necessarily going to be an easy task. It's going to require conscientious service on your part and a conscientious approach to your duty as jurors. I suggest respectfully that each approach it with a mutual respect for the opinions of your fellow jurors. They have a disposition to listen to each other. Don't be afraid to change your own opinion if the discussion persuades you that you should, but don't come to a decision simply because other jurors feel it's the right decision. It's your decision, all right? Each of you must decide this case for yourselves, and you should do so only after you considered all the evidence, discuss it fully with your fellow jurors, and listen to the views of your fellow jurors. You all heard the same evidence. You've all heard it with the same degree of attention. You're all governed by the same desire to arrive at the truth, and you're all under the sanction of the same oath that you took as jurors at the start of this trial when you agreed to well and truly try the issues between the parties in accordance to the evidence and the law. Now, I'm about to submit this case to you, and I need not remind you that you have an awesome responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and the conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide this case with integrity and with principle. Now, everyone has feelings, assumptions, perceptions, fears, stereotypes. Those are implicit biases that we may not even be aware of. These hidden thoughts can impact what we see and hear, how we remember what we see and hear, and how we make important decisions. Because you're making such an important decision in this case, I strongly encourage you to evaluate the evidence carefully. Resist jumping to conclusions based on personal likes or dislikes, generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, sympathies, stereotypes, or biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your individual evaluations of that evidence, your reason and your common sense in these instructions. Our system of justice is counting on you to render a fair decision based on the evidence and not on biases. Please have confidence in what you're about to do, all right? I have that confidence in you. I don't think I've ever seen a more dedicated group of jurors in any trial that I've ever been involved in. You're all people of intelligence and common sense. Collectively, you're bringing a truly powerful force to determine the truth of the matters in this case. And I, as I said, have great confidence with this case in your hands. You're honest, thoughtful, and fair, and be that as you took the oath to be. I am completely confident they'll be able to arrive at a just verdict, whatever that verdict may be. So at this time, I'm going to ask if I could see counsel at sidebar just for a second, and then we'll have the clerks swear in the court officers, and then you'll be sent out to deliberate.
Hey guys, welcome to the Power Network. So they're just about to send them off into deliberations. They just chose the jury. It's going to be 12 people. Before they went into choosing, they had 18 people, so it was 12 women and 6 men. I'm still waiting to see what the ratio is going to be. Yeah, it's still not, they haven't gotten it. It says the reporters sitting in the courtroom gallery are currently matching those numbers against their own spreadsheets to see which specific men and women were sent to the alternate room. The original pool started heavily female at 12 women and 6 men. As soon as the journalists on the ground verify which 6 seat members were pulled, the final mix of the 12 deliberating juries will be published. Also, this morning, we got our live stream got taken down because the prosecutor was heavily talking about the exit plan Lindsay was doing, and YouTube just doesn't like it. When I covered the Kurt Cobain case, I was gonna allow the 18 and up, so I said, I'm just gonna use the words. I didn't know you couldn't even use the words. Like, I thought it was a choice that you couldn't use the words, and then you just got put in 18 and up jail. But no, you can't say the words. And so the words were said, and I got a strike. So, but it's pretty amazing that like the whole world is streaming this case. Oh, did they strike everybody? I don't know. But that's what happened this morning. So if you want to see this morning's live, it's this is part 2. What were they saying before?
You're honest, thoughtful, and fair, and be that as you took the oath to be. I am completely confident they'll be able to arrive at a just verdict, whatever that verdict may be. So at this time, I'm going to ask if I could see counsel at sidebar just for a second, and then we'll have the clerks swear in the court officers, and then you'll be sent out to deliberate.
Okay, I don't know that they're necessarily going to come back from that, right? Let me ask legal AI what's going on. It's usually slow. Oh, okay. The media just confirmed the final numbers. The 12 acting deliberating jurors consist of 9 women and 3 men. So that was just confirmed for us. So it's 9 women and 3 men that are going to be sitting on the jury. And it says the court clerk randomly pulled the 6 alternate numbers out of the box, which ended up removing 3 women and 3 men. That was pretty even, right? From the original pool. I wonder if the really old man, I heard there was like a 70 or 80-year-old man sitting in there. And I wonder if one of the women that was pulled was the woman that was crying, if she was crying with Lindsay or wasn't. I heard one of them was crying with Lindsay. And guys, this is all Junie, you're gonna go in the other room. This is all my opinion for educational and entertainment purposes only. Additionally, Judge William Sullivan has officially appointed an older woman in jury seat 18 to serve as the jury foreperson. The judge heavily praised.
Each of you solemnly swear that you will take charge of this jury and keep them in some convenient place until they have agreed, that you will not speak to them yourselves nor suffer anyone else to speak to them, except by order of the court, so help you God. As to the alternate jurors, keep your hands raised. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of these alternate jurors and keep them in a convenient place, separate and apart from the other members, that you will not speak to them yourselves nor suffer anyone else to speak to them, except by order of the court, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Members of the jury, you may now retire to consider your verdict. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, there be no votes. Instruction, television.
Jurors elected in the quorum.
All right, everybody could be seated. I just wanted to make one comment. It really is, unless you've tried a difficult murder like this one, you may not be aware how difficult and tough it is to try a case like this. It's emotionally taxing. It's intellectually challenging. It's physically exhausting. So I just wanted to commend all three counsel for their work and their efforts in this case, in this trial. I know how challenging it's been for them. So I just kind of wanted to acknowledge that and thank them for their efforts in regards in this case. So then before we break, could I see counsel just in regards to a couple of the exhibits?
Sorry, I had to race to the bathroom. What did you just say?
That you will take charge of these alternate jurors and keep them in a convenient place, separate and apart from the other members, that you will not speak to them yourselves nor suffer anyone else to speak to them, except by order of the court, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
That's wild that they
Members
came
of the
there.
jury,
I
you
do.
may now retire to consider your verdict. Thank you.
Court, all rise. Jury, there be no votes. Instruction, television.
Jurors elected in the quorum.
All right, everybody could be seated. I just wanted to make one comment. It really is, unless you've tried a difficult murder like this one, you may not be aware how difficult and tough it is to try a case like this. It's emotionally taxing. It's intellectually challenging. It's physically exhausting. So I just wanted to commend all three counsel for their work and their efforts in this case, in this trial. I know how challenging it's been for them. So I just kind of wanted to acknowledge that and thank them for their efforts in regards in this case. So then before we break, could I see counsel just in regards to a couple of the exhibits?
Oh, okay. So it's exhibits, but I don't know if they're leaving quite yet. So I'll leave it up there. Yeah, thank you, Carolina. It actually, YouTube hasn't caught up yet, but it has, it says it has 1,987 or 2K views. So yeah, of course, I thought it was almost up to 3, but it was 2K. And of course they anyway, doesn't matter. Does not matter. So now we are on the countdown for deliberation. What was I doing just before? Well, let me let's go over what happens now that they're on deliberation. Now that the lottery is completely wrapped up and the final 9 women and 3 men are locked into the jury box, the case is officially out of the judge's hands. Okay, you're going in the other room because you're annoying me. Come on. Come on. You. Just while I'm talking, because it can get piercing, I know. Okay, so here's exactly what's going to happen next. Deliberations begin immediately. The 12 active jurors are being led back into a completely private, secure room where they will select well, no, that's already been happened. The judge selected. The 6 alternates stay put. They're put in a separate room. They're sequestered, isolated, and just in case one of the active 12 gets sick or has an emergency and needs to be replaced. There's a verdict countdown that's begun. The jury will stay in that room deliberating until, well, let me see. Do they go home or to a hotel? I mean, you'd stay in that room, right? Yeah. The juries will go home at the end of the day as Judge William Sullivan has chosen not to sequester the jury overnight. Here's how the logistics will work as they begin their deliberations. The daily schedule, the jury will deliberate at the courthouse until late afternoon, typically around 4 p.m. If they haven't reached a unanimous verdict by the time, the judge will send them home for the night to sleep in their own beds. There's strict rules at home. While at home, they're under strict orders not to look at the news, watch live streams, or discuss the case with their families or friends. They're going to return tomorrow at their normal time. And do it all again until they figure it out. Let's see what legal analysis are saying. So legal analysts say that entire case boils down to a battle of the experts over Lindsay Clancy's exact state of mind. CBS and Boston 25 legal experts emphasize that because Clancy doesn't deny unaliving her children, the jury's verdict hinges entirely on which psychiatric testimony resonate with them more. Analysts like Margaret McLean note that because the jury has to phase through 5 weeks of trial records, 85 witnesses, and highly complex medical evidence, deliberations are expected to take at least 3 to 6 days and will not be a quick process. Experts are breaking down the 2 possible paths the jury might take based on the closing arguments. The insanity defense path. Analysis note the defense heavily capitalized on testimony that Clancy felt pulled like a puppet by commanding auditory hallucinations. If the jury believes she truly lacked the moral capacity to understand her actions were wrong due to postpartum psychosis, analysis highlight that she will face indefinite commitment to a secure high psychiatric facility, similar to the famous Andrea Yates case. The prosecution's awareness path. Alternately, experts point out that the prosecution's rebuttal effectively argued Clancy retained a moral awareness of the illegality of her actions. Prosecutors hammered home that she intentionally hid her darkest thoughts from medical providers, which analysis said strongly demonstrates she knew those thoughts were wrong and illegal. What would you say overall the experts are leaning towards? Which outcome? See if it'll do it. Sometimes it'll be like, I can't do that. I won't do that. Wait a minute. It's trying to play they're equally divided, which they're not. I know they're not. So I said, no, they aren't. Stop doing that. So it says, my mistake. I completely misunderstood your earlier prompt, and we'll drop that sign off immediately. Hold on a second. Okay. So it says, you're right to call me out. Let me look at the exact evidence and give you the real truth. The real truth is that the prosecution's own expert witness split on their diagnosis, creating a direct vulnerability that legal analysis say strongly favors the defense's insanity argument. In court, one state expert testified or diagnosed Clancy with a major depressive episode, while a second state expert diagnosed her with bipolar 2, directly contradicting each other on what was actually wrong with her. Because the Commonwealth's own medical experts couldn't agree on a single diagnosis, legal analysis point out that the prosecution has an incredibly steep hill to climb to prove she was sane beyond a reasonable doubt. Combined with the massive wave of public support from local women who feel the healthcare system completely failed Clancy, the overall consensus leans towards the jury finding her not guilty by reason of insanity, not criminally responsible. Well, I feel like the manslaughter edition changes a lot. What are people thinking the chances that will be taken? Chances that will be chosen. Legal analysis believe the manslaughter option significantly increases the chances of a compromised verdict. If the jury becomes heavily split, manslaughter acts as a middle ground between a first-degree murder conviction and a complete acquittal via the insanity defense. The manslaughter option is considered highly likely to be chosen if the jury lands on these two lines of thinking. The diminished capacity compromise. Some jurors may believe Clancy is criminally responsible, but recognize her extreme mental distress. Manslaughter allows them to punish her without forcing a mandatory life sentence. That's what I'm thinking. And we looked it up, and it's like 20 years, I think. That's the most, 20 years. Might have been 30, but I think it was 20. Avoiding a hung jury in high-profile cases with intense emotional weight. Juries also, it said that in Massachusetts, it's the judge's discretion, but when it's offered, when it's suggested that manslaughter or a lesser charge happen, they are urged to accept that. Analysis emphasized that judges include lesser charges like manslaughter specifically to give the room an off-ramp to reach a unanimous decision rather than causing a mistrial. Let me come over and see what you guys are saying. What do you guys think about all that? 9 women and 3 men, yep, are the final jurors. Alternates will remain, yep. Yeah, it's a controversial trial. So, have you guys heard about all, like I said, I was gonna stay away from the Patrick Clancy stuff yesterday, but I don't know. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And I saw this video, and I'm a conspiracy theorist, and tell me what you think about this video. It's very strange, the things that are happening surrounding this case.
So this is why this could be a psychological operation. One, the case is being purposefully distributed across news feeds. I went to check my Instagram yesterday. Every single post was about this case except for one. Forced virality can be a psychological operation. Number two, the woman's name in the case is Lindsay. Her husband's name is Patrick. The case is apparently connected to postpartum psychosis, right? And Lindsay is alleged to have slit her own throat. Okay, so a week ago in Colorado, another woman named Lindsay was found dead because her throat was slit. It was claimed she was in postpartum depression by...
I'm so sorry, I missed that question. And so Judge Williams Sullivan completely denied Kevin Reddington's request for a vote-in instruction. A vote-in instruction is a specific Massachusetts legal rule that would have allowed the judge to explicitly tell the jurors that they could consider the flaws, shortcuts, or general insufficiency of the police investigation when deciding the case. So Judge Sullivan nixed that idea. He said, "Yeah, nope."
her husband, Patrick. Excuse me.
Okay, let's go back. So have you seen that there is another case that just happened with the same names? Let me restart this from the beginning.
So this is why this could be a psychological operation. One, the case is being purposefully distributed across news feeds. I went to check my Instagram yesterday. Every single post was about this case except for one. Forced virality can be a psychological operation. Number two, the woman's name in the case is Lindsay. Her husband's name is Patrick. The case is apparently connected to postpartum psychosis, right? And Lindsay is alleged to have slit her own throat. Okay, so a week ago in Colorado, another woman named Lindsay was found dead because her throat was slit. It was claimed she was in postpartum depression by her husband, Patrick. Excuse me. Police have recently arrested Patrick because they think he did it. Husband, wife, Patrick and Lindsay, in both cases, extremely similar story, both revolving around offing yourself in postpartum depression. Whenever there are coincidences like this, it's best for us to just sit down, take a breath, and stop getting so emotional and realize that we may be being played. Extreme synchronicities are either marks of some sort of cosmological happening or they're marks of theater. Also, why is it always the throat? With George Floyd, do you remember that? It got everyone divided. I Can't Breathe had to do with his throat. Remember the stabbing of Irina? That had to do with her being stabbed in the throat. And now you're seeing these two stories that are really, really, really weirdly identical, both having to do with the throat.
We're trying to stoke the flames in a war between the left and the right, as they have admitted. They keep admitting this, that they just wanted to unite the Republican Party, which was fractured after the Epstein files, and they wanted to get them refocused on fighting the left. That is disgusting.
And four, this trial is in Massachusetts. I have a hard time saying that word. Do you know what else is in Massachusetts?
A hard time saying that word too.
The recent abortion bill, which just went viral and has, again, men really upset and mad at women, allows a baby to be aborted up to the point.
I have already seen somebody pass through my halls saying this very thing, and she is pointing out, are they trying to start another war? They're already trying to start a race war. You know that, right? And now are they trying to start a gender war to divert us from the class war that's happening, that they're really afraid of? One thing that I've seen rich people say, a hashtag they hate, is eat the rich. Why do you think, I'm really putting my tinfoil hat on, but I don't care. I've got a tinfoil cowgirl hat. It's sparkly and it's big. And why do you think all the elites are building bunkers? It's because they're afraid of this war, this race war that is going on, because the world is collectively waking up and seeing that all their institutions that they've put in place are for the rich, not for the common Joe. And so she's saying when there's so many coincidences that it becomes theater. And I hope you know what I mean by that.
of childbirth. That's insane. Without an emergency situation happening. Why is it that two highly triggering concepts related to right wing, both coming from the same state? How is it all this is happening at the same time? The system wants you to associate liberalism with femininity, conservatism with masculinity. They want a civil war. They want a war of the sexes.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff.
Cool. And lastly, this is inciting what every psychological operation incites: extreme confusion, but a very fascinating rabbit hole that many people want to go down. They want us to think that every man is a predator and that every female has this dark triad personality trait. So they're trying to use humankind to collapse the system itself. They don't need to collapse the system. Let me know your thoughts below.
Let me know what you guys think about that. So I had been talking about Patrick Clancy a lot earlier, and I told you that he is in New York and he was spotted out yesterday riding a city bike. I said city bus. A city bike. And he was meeting with a man. Hold on, let me get myself to the right place. I don't know. I had it up. Hold on a second. Here it is. Okay, so this is the video of Patrick out and about. So I'm just gonna silence it. So look at how he's hiding his sunglasses. I don't know why, but it stood out to me. And then I remembered the CBS video. So people are getting a lot of screenshots of him happening to walk by a CBS. This is the guy he was meeting with. I saw something that said his name, but does it say his name here? He doesn't seem to be using them to block out the sun either. Only used when biking, because I can't find the exact video I had, but this was the guy he was meeting with. And then there's this one. Oops, I found this. This is old video of Patrick and Lindsay together. Here's another of them out in the park. This is exclusive. Patrick Clancy spotted riding a city bike in New York City as Lindsay Clancy trial nears its end in Massachusetts. Her ex-husband, Patrick, was spotted in New York City riding a city bike and walking with, there it is, Akron Realty, and Grape State. So, yeah, there's the name. I think this is the one I saw this morning too, now that I'm looking at it. So he was meeting with a realtor. That's the name in the chat if you're interested in it. So over on Threads, I was throwing up some things to show you on break. Here is a woman that went to her doctor, and her doctor recognized her from this trial.
Today, and after she talked to me about what she needed to talk to me about, she's like, hey, I saw your
Oops, sorry. Shoot.
And after she talked to me about, I had a follow-up call with my doctor today, and after she talked to me about what she needed to talk to me about, she's like, hey, I saw your video come across my For You page about the Lindsay and Patrick Clancy case, and it was awesome, and I just want to say that he fucking did it, which was crazy to kind of have her come out of character like that and speak.
It's crazy because I've seen so many medical professionals say that he did it. So many medical professionals.
So directly about it, but then she said that man is a psychopath. 1000% he's a psychopath. Women's intuition does not lie, but women's intuition is the reason why we started to look at that case to begin with. Nothing added up. So when he got on the stand and he started to spout whatever he was spouting, he didn't realize that this was going to get national attention and everyone was going to start looking at it, and he lawyered up right after that because he realized he got. Lindsay already said that she did this because she was told she did this. That's not what this trial is about. The trial right now is about what mental state was she in when this happened. So that's what they're trying to prove now, what her mental state was. And obviously not great, right? But the blood splatter evidence, everything coming out about the timelines, everything coming out about even him blocking them, subpoenaing his phone. That's sus. Why? The man's got something to hide. He was involved in this in some way. That's an opinion.
I think at the very least, what he has to hide is that he was having, my God, this is just my opinion, my woman's intuition, because it happened to me, and you pick it up, you get the vibe, like you want to not believe it, you really do, but everything that I see, I think he was having an affair with Dr. Rachel Danis, and he's been trying to cover it up, and he's looking guilty as sin because he has a sin that he's trying to cover up. I say at the very least. At the very least, that happened. I believe. But that's just my opinion.
And I can say it, okay? But that's what my doctor says too. Why is his friend who was working in the DA partying with him and his new wife on a yacht in Manhattan and bought the house that the murders happened in?
I don't know, Carolina, if I was sitting on the jury, if I could let her go. I'm like somebody who's hugely sympathetic to her. Hugely sympathetic, and I'm torn because I believe she did it, right? But I believe he let her there. But he's not on trial. She's on trial, and yeah, I'm glad I don't have to make this decision. I really am. I know what decision I'd probably make. Well, I don't know. I'd be between manslaughter and the not guilty by insanity. I would be like torn between those two. I wouldn't give her first degree ever. I just wouldn't. Or second. But now that they added manslaughter, I don't know. That's the one I would go towards, I think. Because that gives her time. She did it. She's saying she did it. She could still get out. She's paying for what she did. But I want Patrick. I'm sorry. I want Patrick. I want Patrick to be held responsible too. I guess that's more in my mind than anything else. So, but probably because I have, like I've said, my husband cheated on me, and it felt awful. But okay, so going back over to Threads. Oh, I thought these were cute too. Do you guys like these baby things where people take the court case, the words from the court case, and they make them into babies just for some levity? No, I wouldn't, Lily. I just said what I would do. And yeah, that's what I would do. Do you guys like these baby things? I mean, I don't understand people like you who are pick me for the patriarchies. Like you're a freaking woman. But anyway.
What are you smiling for? This is not funny, sir.
I think you're a woman, Lily.
Not necessarily.
So how about a little bit necessarily?
Doctor, please listen to the question and just answer the question as asked.
Understand, sir, that every woman that has a baby for the rest of their life is postpartum, because postpartum, quite frankly, means having a baby, right? Postpartum is not a disease, doctor.
Bitch, you doing a good job. Bitch, you doing a good job.
And Your Honor, is there a question before the witness?
I already asked the question. I'm looking at him staring back at me.
Just hold on. You can rephrase that.
So did you stay in a hotel or a van, or where'd you stay?
You're asking me where I stayed?
Yeah, I don't want to meet up. I just want to know where you stayed.
Have you guys heard that his reference to the van down by the river? There is a park by this institution. These two doctors that went and saw Lindsay for the prosecution. There's a park in the cabin they stayed in, and it's called the van down by the river. So if you know, Red was kind of, I don't know, he always has something behind what he says. Like if you think he's saying something cute and snappy, there's a reason behind it. It's that guy. He's 76 years old, and I mean his mind is sharp as a tack. Like I want my mind to be like that. My mind's not even like that now.
Pages of people putting together like a cookbook. No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook. No.
And the children would be together in heaven with God. She was raised as a Catholic, and this, as I understand, considerations, that's not necessarily what happens, but when I asked her about that, when I said, isn't suicide a mortal sin?
So you're aware that murder is considered a mortal sin?
I'm not going to declare a mistrial this time.
So people are starting to make those things. Weird stuff about Patrick Clancy's postpartum foundation. Have you heard that Patrick Clancy has a postpartum foundation? That's laughable.
Patrick Clancy's charity Heard with Love, or the Heard Foundation, is not registered in the state in which it says that it is on their IRS paperwork. I decided to do a little more digging into other publicly available documents. So I found their 990 from 2025. And special shout out to Life of Retrograde 1312 on TikTok, who did a great breakdown.
You can't see the videos? Hold on, let me see what's going on. I've been showing them. When I go back, it looks like they're there on the stream. They're at least they're on the vertical. Let me look horizontal. You might need to refresh your screen. Or it could be me. Let me just double check. What a pain in the butt. I'm sorry, you guys. It's not my fault, but I'm still sorry about it. Let me see. I didn't bother to open it because I was like, well, I got the vertical open. Oh, I see it there. I think it's your screen. Okay, going back over here, but just in case, I'm going to stop it and refresh my. Just in case. So we're over on Threads. Amy F. Williamson over on Threads. I've been enjoying Threads lately. So this is Patrick Clancy, and he's got a Heard Foundation, which is for postpartum.
After learning that Patrick Clancy's charity Heard with Love, or the Heard Foundation, is not registered in the state in which it says that it is on their IRS paperwork, I decided to do a little more digging into other publicly available documents. So I found their 990 from 2025. And special shout out to Life of Retrograde 1312 on TikTok, who did a great breakdown of this kind of piece by piece. I'm going to talk about the same things, but just in one video. So let's take a look at this. This is page 1 of their 2025 Form 990EZ, which all nonprofits need to file. So I've blanked out the address because it's a sensitive address, but as you can see, it is listed as being in New York, as the name of the organization is there, and that's where their primary address is. So in 2025, according to this, for contributions, grifts, Freudian slip, Contributions, gifts, grants, and similar amounts received, $91,704. Amounts received from gaming or fundraiser events, nothing listed. So the total amount that they received in 2025 was $91,704. They didn't spend anything, which is not really what you're supposed to do as a nonprofit. And they added it to their basically $9,700 they had sitting in the bank at the end of last year, and ended up with $101,399 for 2025. Now here up at the top, we can see they didn't spend any money on land or buildings or any other assets. So all they have is literally the money in the bank. So what are they supposed to be spending it on? First, Massachusetts General Hospital, marathon fundraiser to support a team running to raise funds and awareness of perinatal and maternal mental health. So this is supposed to be $1,000 grants, but they said they gave $0. So are they giving grants to the marathon team to raise funds? And are those funds that they're raising for this or for something else? Unclear. Regardless, their other stated goal is Postpartum Resource Center of New York, a nonprofit organization that provides emotional, educational, and healthcare support for parents experiencing perinatal mood and anxiety disorders. That sounds lovely. How much did they give? Oh, it was $0. Okay, down here it shows the officers. Okay, so for a nonprofit, if I'm assuming this is their board as well. It doesn't say that. I'm looking for those founding documents still. But down here it says that the officers are Patrick Clancy, co-founder, Erin Donahue, co-founder, and Laura Sullivan, co-founder. Those are Patrick's sisters. All of them work 5 hours a week and they don't take any pay, according to this. This is where it shows any paid employees and it's completely blank. It's also important to point out that the redacted part down here at the bottom is the preparer of this form. And what they do is they just take the information received from the officer who signs below, who is listed as, let me see, Patrick Clancy. And they take his word for it, if that sounds familiar. And they say, okay, we're just going to fill this form out and send it in. But the person responsible for it being correct and true is the person listed here, Patrick Clancy. This is where I find it interesting. It says for the calendar year, list the grants, gifts, grants, contributions, and membership fees received. There's nothing listed. Where did that $91,000 come from? Because tax exempt entities need to spend the money that they earn, there's a form called Form 13909 where you can report if tax exempt entities are not spending the money that they're earning. So I decided to fill one of these out for Heard with Love. In addition to this information here, I also included the 990 from 2025 as part of the evidence.
So there's weird stuff going even on with his foundation. And, you know, he had that GoFundMe and he was donated over $1 million. I am very interested. Well, people are curious what happened. So here's the GoFundMe on behalf of the extended, they were supposed to have opened the Heard Foundation with it, but on behalf of the extended Clancy family, we invite you to offer support for Patrick as he navigates an unmanageable tragedy. We appreciate your thoughts, prayers, and outreach and support. It was also supposed to go towards the burial, but if you know how he buried them, he cremated all 3 kids, put their ashes together in one urn, and stuck it in a wall. He didn't give them separate burial. And he's Catholic, and You're not supposed to, under Catholic rule, law, whatever it is, you're not supposed to mix the ashes. Well, they just said you could mix the ashes if they were family members, but that was voted into a year after Patrick did that. So he got $1 million and went to Costa Rica with his girlfriend, now wife. Weird. Everything he does is weird.
Patrick Clancy GoFundMe rabbit hole yet? Because I just did, and it's very interesting. Patrick Clancy's GoFundMe raised over $1 million. It was actually not started by Patrick himself. It was started by his family, friend, good family, good, I'll explain that later. Matthew Glazer, who's the organizer from Wakefield, Massachusetts. So Matthew writes, on behalf of the extended Clancy family, we invite you to support for Patrick as he navigates an unimaginable tragedy. We appreciate your thoughts, prayers, and outreach and support. This GoFundMe is intended to help Pat pay for medical bills, funeral expenses, and legal help, along with his trip to Costa Rica. I'm sorry, I had to fix it and add some stuff for him. This assistance is especially needed because Pat will be unable to work for the foreseeable future as he weathers this painful, life-altering tragedy and goes to Costa Rica. We all know that Pat to be the most kind and genuine person who likes to go to Costa Rica with his future wife. As some who will always keep willing to support others, we sincerely thank you for offering yours. So I was like, who's Matthew Glazer? So I went over to Facebook, and Carrie Glazer from Wakefield, Massachusetts, sound familiar, posts publicly Patrick's GoFundMe and says, I've reactivated my Facebook for an important cause. As some of you know, our family has suffered an unimaginable tragedy this week. Please consider donating if you are able. So I was like, that's interesting. She works at the hospital that Lindsay was treated at. So I then go to LinkedIn and I look up Matthew Glazer, and he's a procedural sedation nurse at Mass General Brigham. Isn't that the hospital that Lindsay was treated at? So just to confirm, that's on Carrie's Facebook page. This is her husband, Matthew. That was my husband down in the corner. And this is Matthew Glazer for photo identification matching. So this is Matthew Glazer, who works at the hospital at Mass General Brigham as a procedural sedation nurse. And I was just like, I thought that was really, really interesting. That's all. It's just interesting. Tell me what y'all think. Put it in the comments.
So there's another just like sort of interesting thing with Patrick. Also, releases have been made of the 911 call. It's not actual, you can't hear it, but it's a text version of it.
On 47 Summer Street, respond with the police. The old party off the top floor of the house, slice her wrist as well, and neck injuries, neck laceration. She's conscious at this time. We're going to check with med flight.
So this is the dispatch just talking about the call.
It's on
This is very...
Lots of women are very like, what's going on? I can't remember. Oh, no, Kim sent me it. Hold on. Kim sent me the 911 thing. Let me go over and get that stuff for her. Here it is. Hope it's still there. Yeah, it is.
Once again, coming to you from my hotel room in sunny California, where I am here for
Everything we viewed today, I will put down in the YouTube show notes. I will skip around, talk over it. This is for fair use. I do it to cite our sources and for fair use. And it'll be there if you want to, over in the YouTube show notes, if you want to watch it in its entirety.
my residency today.
Did I hear you say that Patrick is the source, the third-party collateral source of Lindsay saying, I tried to kill myself. Is that what you said? Let me rephrase it for you. I mean, did you tell the jury about an hour ago or so that
When her husband found her on the ground?
Yeah,
Yes, or something to that effect.
something to that effect. Okay.
Then you know he was asked specifically about precisely what Patrick Clancy reported happened when he got to the house and saw Lindsay Clancy outside lying on the cold, frozen ground.
And did you listen to the 911 tape when Patrick was actually speaking with Lindsay as she's laying prostrate in the snow on the ground with broken neck and slashes and slits?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear her response to Patrick's comment, what did you do?
No.
Did you hear her respond to anything other than what would be described as guttural grunts?
Not on that call.
Now, obviously, we have not been able to hear the call yet, though I am hopeful that we will get to hear it eventually once the trial is over. But we have this transcript, and it certainly calls into account much of what both Patrick and Lindsay reported in the immediate aftermath of this horrific event.
So when this conversation occurred, and this is the conversation that you're talking about, where she said, I tried to kill myself, kids are in the basement, he then goes into the house, right?
Correct.
All right. So now we have the EMTs and people are helping her out. You've seen the medical records. You know what the injuries were. You know the damage to her throat. You know the damage to her thyroid, right?
Yes.
And is it your testimony to a reasonable degree of doctor certainty that a person with those injuries, with the prescription drugs that were crushed up that she consumed, with a broken neck, would be able to have a conversation?
Based on the witness testimony from her husband, yes.
Okay.
Now, of course, when somebody is in such an acute state of crisis, they are not going to have, complete recall of the event. Now, for some people, experience.
So let's move forward and we'll go to the 911 portion of it.
From Nate Eaton, and we very much thank and appreciate Nate Eaton for posting this account from the courtroom directly. So we are entering into the conversation in the middle of the call being underway. And the 911 operator says, explain how she tried to commit suicide. Where is she now? Patrick, stay awake. The operator, wow, how old is she? 31 to 33. Is she awake? Yes. Is she breathing? Yeah. Lindsay, what did you do to your neck? She's talking. When did this happen? The last half hour. How far did she fall? 20 feet. Then there's multiple voices in the background. Is she responding normally? A little bit. Wake up. What part of the body was injured? Neck. She's breathing. Lindsay, look at me. Look at me. Are there weapons? I don't see any. Where are the kids? So that's Patrick. Then there's multiple voices speaking. Do not move her. Open your eyes. Can someone? Okay, Lindsay, look at me. Open your eyes. I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding, sir. It's not bleeding. Open wounds. She's in the backyard. Is there something on her neck? A knife or something? Can you put pressure on it? No. Then there's multiple voices again. Lindsay, wake up. And then there's moaning. Put pressure on the cut. Lindsay, look at me. Say my name. She's conscious. Don't move her. Tell her to be still. And then there's background whimpering and sirens in the distance. I'm going to stay on the line with you. Is there a fence? So that must be police showing up and asking, is there a fence? And Patrick saying, right here, right here. I need you to.
Multiple voices. If she's moaning, who are the voices? Because it doesn't say like just Patrick's voice. It's like voices, multiple voices.
Stay so I can go check on my kids. And then he runs into the house. He says, hello. And then you hear footsteps. Guys. Oh no. And then there's yelling. Oh no. More yelling. Wake up. So obviously he has found the children. And then there's screaming and lots of screaming. Somebody's asking on the 911 call, what is he screaming about? And then he's crying and screaming and gasping and saying, oh my God, screaming and screaming. Hello, what's going on? That's the 911 call operator. And then he is able to utter basement, basement. Oh my God. The operator, hello, hello. And then there's more screaming, and more screaming.
So many of the reporters that were in there like to say that, oh, they heard the 911 call and they know because they heard the 911 call that Patrick isn't lying. One of them is this one.
I have ever heard. Like once first responders are at Lindsay's side, does he say, I'm going to go check on the kids? And, and he asks, where are the kids? She says, in the basement. She doesn't tell him what she's done to the kids. So he only leaves his wife's side once.
She doesn't tell him because she can't talk, idiot.
First responders are there. And then you can hear him walking down. And you hear him walking down. And you hear Cora. And he explained on the stand that Cora was the first he saw. And he saw Cora. And he was like, Cora. And you can hear, oh my God, Cora. But other than those words.
But also it said that he got that mixed up, that it was the middle child that he found first, and then Cora, and then didn't even go to look for the baby. So anyway, she's saying this.
You hear screams. And I can't even explain the screams. And after getting to know Patrick on the stand and getting to know him on this 911 call, those screams mean even more, because this is a calm, collected human being. And these are screams.
This is a human being that this woman probably really respects, because she's a good judge of character.
Screams of agony. And you can hear the 911 operator going, what's happening? What's happening in the basement? And he can't even.
I'm going to move it forward because we just read the whole thing.
And then you hear someone say, oh shit. And like that, oh shit, like you kind of hear in the background. And then there's more screams, and he's screaming and screaming and screaming. And then she killed the kids, and you hear, oh shit, like the person. Now, at first I thought it was a 911 operator. I think now that it was maybe a police officer, a first responder coming down, and that.
I think it was a 911 a first responder coming down. These are some of the comments that she got, though. Patrick Clancy's 911 screams are the screams of a narcissist sociopath in grand performance mode. Nothing is more dangerous than a man with an existing family who wants a fresh start with his longtime doppelganger mistress from a wealthy Epstein network pedigree. Windows to the basement. He'd have seen them through the windows. Now I think he's lying. I've had a narc stalk me and torture. And torture. He would cry in a second. Then once he got the results he wanted, that smirk. The constant clearing his throat and the constant shifting when sitting. I can see she is all in the Pat fella. He's murdered them and the wife. So just nobody agrees with her. She couldn't talk with a crushed throat. Everyone said she couldn't talk. He's a liar. So the prosecutor, once reading his screams, Dawson, my buddy, first we're lying. PC himself said he asked about the kids, and she said in the basement before he even made the call. And the first responders all said she was unresponsive when they arrived and definitely not talking. He also said he did not know he was still on the 911 call when he went down there. So how were they talking to him? Are you lying, or are you saying he lied on the stand? She's not answering any of these questions either, by the way. Poor guy. And then he went on vacay with his mistress. I'm telling you, Threads is vicious. I love it. How did you hear this. Like, how were you in the courtroom, and are you even allowed to talk about it? Patrick Clancy is the family annihilator. So it's just like, do you hear her say in the basement on the call? In my experience, the most emotional ones are the narcissists, whose plan isn't going quite the way it was supposed to. Don't forget, he called them the fucking kids. Words matter. So, not one person. I can't get one person to, I know those glasses. She looks like she aged quite a bit too in the last 5 months. I even looked at her in the last 5. Well, I looked at her the other day and I had to stop, but she didn't look like that. Maybe she didn't have her auto tune on. But anyway, I gotta go. I gotta go over, and because I know Dr. Yan did an analysis on the case. I just haven't made my way over there yet. Anyway, that's what Warren Matthias is saying on the case. And if you can stand listening to her. But we do have this.
I'm the victim! Remember? I'm the victim!
So I'm sure Lauren was the victim and having to sit in there and listen to that 911 call. Did you see how dramatic she got and how she was trying to get choked up and wanted to cry?
Come and knock on our door. Come and knock on our door. Waiting for you.
Haven't been able to use those in a while. Okay, so do I have anything else before I want to head out and put us on verdict watch? Let me make sure I got a lot I could go over, but I want to take a lunch break myself. I saw this from Law and Crime Network. I didn't get a chance to. Never mind. Let's not do that because it's that doctor from yesterday, and I don't know. All those pregnant pauses were annoying. We'll end it on this. On Big Red had a short little interview. The Lindsay Clancy lawyer gives emotional update before closings.
Mr. Reddington, is the misdemeanor possibility now? Is that a good thing for the defense?
There's no
I'm
misdemeanor.
sorry, not misdemeanor, manslaughter.
I think she's gonna get manslaughter. That's my prediction. What's your prediction, Jeff? What are you thinking? I think manslaughter for sure. But if not manslaughter, I think she's gonna get not guilty by criminal insanity. I don't know. I don't think they're gonna give her 1 or 2, but it's so hard to know because I can't gauge the world right now. I don't know how Massachusetts is feeling these days. I know it's pretty, like Massachusetts is a liberal state. I know that. I know they're a blue state, and I know that I'm against this. They just extended abortions till birth, which I'm very, I don't think somebody should be aborting a 9-month-old baby. But so they're a very liberal state. I'm very middle. I'm middle. I pick some from the right and I pick some from the left, and I'm very middle. People don't really like middle. They want you to be left or right. But I know that Massachusetts is a very left state, so I think it's going to be manslaughter or insanity. But it could be that one or 2. What do you think? The latter? Which one was the latter? I said manslaughter, or you think it's going to be criminal insanity? I definitely feel like it should be one of those. Like I would have a hard time choosing between those 2. And I would have an even harder time choosing being in the jury because I know they don't have like all the outside influences, and they can't like see all the stuff that we can see. So it would be really hard. I'll be really sad if she gets one, though. I fear for what will happen in the world if she gets one, because there's going to be a lot of unrest. There's already a lot of unrest. I just don't think it'll be a good thing if she gets one. And I can't really see it happening. But I see people out there. I get people passing through that are like, yeah, somebody just said bury her under the institution. I wouldn't give her one or two. I'm so glad my heart isn't there. Like I hear those things and I'm so glad that's not my heart. And it's never been my heart. But I'm also glad that I've disengaged from those type of people. Like I don't really care what that person thinks. Like, and I think we've all waken up from the spell of caring. Well, a lot of people, not everybody has what I'm saying, but a lot of people are waking up from the spell where like, hey dude, you weren't there in my darkest moments. So why would I allow you here now in a moment where, like, what do you matter to me? Because you don't matter in my scheme of things, and I shouldn't matter in your scheme of things. Unless we're friends and we get along, that matters. But I just think people are waking up, and I hope you're waking up to realizing it's not us against us, it's us against them, and they want us to be pitted against each other. I just showed earlier, like they want us to fight male against female. They want to make it open season for these people that have these feelings to come out and say them and rile everybody up. They've made it open season for racism, homophobic, all of the isms. They've made it open season. And while I have some thoughts on some of them, like I'm not a transphobic, but I don't agree with trans people in women's sports. I don't agree with that. It's not fair. Women have fought for equality, and if they didn't need equality, they wouldn't have had to create female sports. But I'll get called transphobic because I don't agree with that. Like that one point. I think people should be able to wear, live however they want to live. But I protect my feminine divinity. I really do. I protect that, and I will take the transphobic comments if that's what it means, because I'm no longer going to stay silent about things that I disagree with. And this is one of the things, like, I just feel like we have to take a stand on things. It used to be live and let live, but it's gotten to the point where it's not live and let live, because the people that you are supposed to be letting live are the people that are saying now that it's okay to be PDF files. It's okay to grape and own women, and it's okay to I don't know if you've heard of all these hangings, these lynchings that are happening, and it's not white people that are getting lynched. So I mean, the people that you were used to be able to let live are doing very dangerous things. So now we've got to use our voice. I don't want to do it. Like I really don't want to do it, but I've always had a conscience where I have to do it. That's why I went into social work. And yeah. So I'm sorry, I got on a soapbox. Let me get off. But these are the thoughts that I've been having lately, and I'm just, trying to balance my own nervous system out. We've all got wounded nervous systems, and we're waking up to the world that we thought we were living in isn't the world that we were living in. We're like, everything we were taught historically isn't true, and it's a lot. Everybody's dealing with a lot, and then these kind of cases are happening that's adding fire to the fuel. We've got the government rounding up horses and sending them overseas to be sold, and then we're buying these questionable cattle from Argentina that China said, no, there's something in it. There's some antibiotic that can kill you. And they're like, no, thank you. And so now we got it. So don't eat beef for 90 days unless you're buying it from a farmer you know. But anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot. And if it's not a lot for you, Like, I want to know how you're doing it. I don't think you know what's going on. Anyway, let's listen to Red, what he has to say.
I'm sorry.
It gives the jury another option, and it's certainly a a positive development from our point of view. Yeah.
Are you concerned though that if they were maybe going to go not guilty, they may now choose manslaughter?
Got to cover the record.
What are the ways that a jury could convict her if they do? What are the different ways they could do that?
So tomorrow you'll hear the judge go through the instructions for first degree, second degree manslaughter, and of course acquittal. And those are the ways that they can convict her.
I'm confused about what Lindsay.
I'm sorry?
Voluntary or involuntary manslaughter?
It would be manslaughter. Massachusetts, it doesn't really make a difference. They're both the same pretty much.
The
So
best thing for women's health. Voluntary and involuntary was the same.
Ever.
thank you. Appreciate it.
I asked you this morning, Mr. Reddington, what you hope to convey in the closing. You didn't really have an answer.
No, I don't. Well, I hope to convey that I truly, care and love. I love her. She's just such a marvelous, sweet, innocent person. She's just amazing and so strong and just trying so hard to get up from. She's just been beat down for 3.5 years, and she feels that she's had a fair trial with the judge, and the jury's been very attentive, and all we can do is hope for the best.
He really loves Lindsay. You can tell. I think he's going to probably be in her life forever, him and his wife and his family. Yeah, I just put up some new Gypsy Rose stuff that I came across. I usually put my Gypsy Rose Blanchard stuff over on TikTok. I did get my TikTok taken down. They removed my TikTok because they said the reptilians the royals. I'm getting hungry. The royals are reptilian, and it got my channel taken down. But I have this new Gypsy Rose Blanchard thing. I gotta take the music off. But this text message from Gypsy Rose popped up. Rumor has it, and I've seen a lot of messages saying that Ken lives in Florida. And so this is one of Gypsy or Ken's friends, and she says, hey, and her name's Chloe. Hey, just sending a quick reminder from Ken that Aurora's appointment is tomorrow. He said they will meet you right there. Do you have the address? And she goes, seriously? He couldn't text me that himself. Can't you hear her saying that? Seriously? He couldn't text that for me himself? And no, I don't have the address because of, what does that say? Because of course no one bothered to give it to me. What time is this even supposed to be at? And there it is again. I found this over on Facebook, so then I included some of the comments that were said. This person says, made a comment on her Instagram, how I wish I had 12 hours to sit in a chair and get my hair done, but I'm a real mom with custody of my kid. It got deleted. And then this person says, where are these alleged messages coming from? Whose page? And this person says, that sounds scripted. Why wouldn't Gypsy, the mother of a child, know where or what time her own daughter's appointment is? It's because there is no daughter, just putting it out there. I believe there's a daughter. It's kind of annoying, those people that think there's not a daughter. Because they were even talking about getting Gypsy pregnant. I put that up on the page too, in one of the phone calls where the Lifetime lady is talking about getting Gypsy pregnant. It's definitely her child, but obviously Ken and his family would never allow Gyp custody. I'm sure the state wouldn't either. Also, I saw that Ken's sister, Autumn, said that Ken left her because she took the dog. Anyone hear that? I probably shouldn't be combining these two things. Nobody probably cares about Gypsy Rose. You're finding it hard that they have a baby? You feel like it's a con? I think they have a baby. And I think Ken has the baby in Florida. This person said Gypsy has never had physical custody of her daughter since the mattress matricide because she unalived her mother. She's always had supervised. I need to leave pretty soon and get something to eat. I'm having a hard time reading this shit. Supervised visitation. That's why Aurora and her have no connection, and she's just not saying mama. Ken and Gypsy are broken up now, and Ken has physical custody of Aurora and brings her for visits, which looks like she just had one today. So I've heard, yeah, I've seen a lot of comments that Ken is in Florida. And I've seen like comments where like, Ken, I'm not going to out him where he is, but I've even heard where he is. I even posted something where he was, but she's like, I'm not going to out him, but Ken is living a good life with Aurora in Florida. So I've heard that report over and over again. I posted something. I found a live stream of Ryan crying about the racism.
We're not racist. Maybe you're the most racist person I know.
That is not true. You're a cousin.
So doing what? I was doing what?
Isn't your cousin the one that? No, your brother.
My brother.
Yeah.
My brother's more racist. Yeah, I guess you're right. My brother's more racist than you or me.
What? Like, I don't get it. I don't get the constant need to do it. Like, are you that mad at some stupid shit I said? Not towards anybody or about anybody? You're just mad that I said it. Okay. Be mad. You have every right to be. But quit fucking with me over it. My people. Like, people have been harassing people who are Team Ryan, and that makes me sick. It makes me sick. Because they don't want people to support me. They don't. They don't want people to like me, but I would never do that.
Team Ryan at this point makes me sick. Like, I'm so over Team Ryan. Like, Team Ryan was so, like, 2024, 2023. Like, ugh.
Somebody else. Ever. Like, and then they have the nerve to call me pathetic. I just don't get it. I don't get it. The only thing I'm guilty of is saying some stupid shit. It's not how I feel, but I said some stupid ass shit, which I admit was fucking wrong, stupid, inappropriate, not funny, all the above. Man, but that's not in any way how I feel about people in general. Nothing. Actions speak way louder than words. And if y'all can't tell what I am, then you can't.
Aren't those words actions? Am I like misunderstanding actions? Words speak louder. And like if you're sitting on phone call in your classroom saying these racist, awful things and talking sexually to your prison girlfriend, then wife, aren't those actions and words? Yeah, to me they're actions and words. They're words that are followed up by action or action followed up by words. It's just like a circle.
See it. I was in the classroom in one call. Yep, I was in the classroom, Barry, in bed. I was. I can answer the phone in a classroom. When my kids are on break, I can answer the phone. You damn right. You damn right.
So anyway, I've been working over. I throw all my Gypsy Rose Blanchard stuff. I've got a new TikTok, so I throw all my stuff over there for Gypsy Rose Blanchard. I get the most views for her over on TikTok and also YouTube, but sometimes Instagram. And I don't know. What am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying. Anyway, that's what I do. And if you're interested, who are we now over? We're Para Women Radio Network over on TikTok, and you can see most of my stuff. Most of my stuff on my other one was Gypsy Rose. I'm really bummed I lost some of. I had some good Gypsy Rose videos. I really did. Oh wow. Anyway, that's what I got, you guys. So I'm gonna head out. I think I'm gonna keep it playing though. I'm trying to find a good jury watch page so that if the odd chance they come back, hear it. But I wanted a page that's in the courtroom. I'm picky about my pages. Let's see what we got. There's a lot of people live right now. Look at all that. Even Crime Talk is live. AP. Watch. Oh, I know. There was a guy that was outside of the courtroom. All right. I'm going to start that, and then I'm going to get something. I'm going to eat and watch it with you, and I'm not on camera. I know people get really annoyed when YouTubers eat while they're streaming. I don't want to offend anyone. Where was that guy's video? This guy right here. Let me see if he's still outside.
Support a manslaughter instruction in this case. Manslaughter has to do with a lack of intent to kill. Here you have a case where 3 children had exercise bands wrapped around their necks. If that is anything but first-degree murder, I can't see it. Perhaps there's some sort of argument for a first-degree murder, but the idea that you could slip as far as manslaughter under the circumstances of this case is just beyond me. But interestingly, the defense is the one who made this request. Because of that, the judge is essentially covered.
Joshua Ritter, is he the one that Reddington cursed out? No, he's not.
For any sort of appeal that it might arise from that. If they were to convict her for manslaughter, the first thing they're going to do is say, the appellate court, is that was a request from the defense to give that instruction. And they argued that there was at least some evidence perhaps to support that conclusion by jurors. The problem.
Well, I mean, legal AI said that, legal AI could be wrong, but it said that the judge was probably going to accept it because they're often urged to accept a lesser charge so that it gives the jury an out.
Problem with this, though, is that if jurors do come to this verdict, I think what we're looking at here is a compromised verdict, a verdict where jurors are very troubled, bothered by this case, as we imagine that they are. I could see that jurors would go back to that.
I feel like if she gets by not reason of insanity, then they obviously think she was in a psychosis. Now, if she gets the manslaughter, I think it's because they're torn between the two and are choosing the lesser. And then if she gets 2 or 1, then
And some of them feel very emotionally tied to these children and what they went through. I could also see several of them being very emotionally bothered by what Lindsay Clancy went through.
This
and maybe
is what I want to know. Like, how was the jury acting?
Struggling between the 12 of them, and what might have been a deadlocked verdict could easily turn into a compromised verdict on a manslaughter charge. If this comes back with a verdict and it is manslaughter, it's my view that's exactly what they did. The other instruction that he gave was
I can't say that I don't disagree.
He told the jurors what would happen to Lindsay Clancy if she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He told them how she would go to a mental health institution, how she would go to a hospital, how she would be put under review, how that wouldn't be.
This was right when I got disconnected.
For a determinate sentence, how she would have assessments done of her mental health, how that could include them arriving at a decision that she was no longer a threat to herself or others, and in which case she might be released. This is remarkable to me. One of the things that we talk about is that jurors should never consider sentencing when they're arriving at a verdict. Well, in my view, these 2 instructions, the manslaughter instruction, and then this, I don't even know if you want to call it an instruction or a discussion about what would happen if she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. In my view, this is where the sentence may push the verdict. And that is never a situation we want to find ourselves in, but it might be absolutely a situation we find ourselves in. Here's where I'm going just to come to.
I think it's absolutely, if we get the manslaughter, I don't know. Anyway, I'm hungry. I'm going to go. I'm going to put us over on, I know I've been saying this for like 10 minutes, but I'm going to put us over on Jury Watch. And if they come back, I will be live. And yeah. So just. Let me find something. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up for me. Helps me go out into the algorithm, bring more people back. It's just a free way to help me out, and it's really, really appreciated. Oh, I know. I'm on my other account. That's why I can't figure this out. I'm like, why is nothing showing up? I was on my Feel Good University. Ugh. Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to find a good channel that's in the courtroom. Let's just do this one. They're in the courtroom. Let's do this one. This is it. All right, so we've got the countdown going. Be sure to give this live a thumbs up for me and share it. It helps me go out into the algorithm, party out there, bring more people back. It's just a free way to help me out, and it's really, really appreciated. And I'll be back.
All right. What we're going to do is I'm going to bring the jury back and just excuse them till tomorrow morning. Okay? All right. Yeah.
Court, all right, jurors entering. This court's now in session. Be seated.
Your Honor, present before the court, we have 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All other parties are present.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
What I wanted to bring you in. It's been a long day for everyone. And so what I'm going to do is excuse all of you till tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. I just want to, as you can imagine, want to reiterate those instructions. Now you are either deliberating jurors or alternates, possibly to deliberate. So I can't stress it even more than I have for the last 5 weeks. Don't read anything about this case. Don't talk about this case with anyone, even at home. Don't listen to anything. Just put this out of your head. Come back here tomorrow morning. We'll start at 9 o'clock. What'll happen is we'll have you come in. I'll bring you in. I'll ask you those questions. I'll just turn you right around and have you back deliberating. All right. And so with that, my thanks to everyone. Excuse you till tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Court, all right.
Jurors have exited the quorum. This court's in session.
All right.
Please be seated.
Anything we need to address before tomorrow? Council. Thank you, everyone. We'll be in recess till tomorrow. Thank you.
Court, all rise.